Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday morning, or Friday, whatever Friday time it is for you. Unless you're like in Australia, where it's like probably like Saturday already. Anyway, we're not gonna get into the details about that. We're gonna be doing the playthrough of Girls Frontline 2 New Event Story. I did my pulls for Vector yesterday, and it was horrible. I failed my 50-50, got a Quanju dupe. And then I had to go pretty much to Pity to get Vector's weapon. Not fun. Right, did it. It just doesn't it doesn't remember that. I also did my supply missions, got those done. Alright. He just does that. What is that? Angry about dormitory? You want? Oh, it's probably because of our. She actually has Covenant now. If I wanted to spend, I think it's like $5 to get the ring. Honestly, if anything, I would get like Tololo. Maybe having the refitting room. Oh. Is that what it's telling me about? It's like, oh, you can use this. Honestly, that's for... Oh, yeah. Another Stitchkin. Oh, max out our Stitchkin. Well, that's why she doesn't have such a high... Like, wondering why her thing was so low. And even then, it's probably gonna be low. 6,761. Yeah. Burn buff. There's a 50% chance to apply one additional buff to the target. I definitely do not have enough of that. Oops. I might have Nemesis one. Oh, I haven't finished fortifying her. Oh, that's fixed. Nemesis is fixed. Fortify, and what else? Is it about a gun? Yep. Alright. That is it. So... Oh yeah, the boundary push. Yep. The question is, what do I want to buy? Do I want to buy the curios? I buy 3 curios. I can also buy, oh, that's well, that's vectors. Interesting. We have the Elmo room. We have up here. There's a vector joined. And then we claim that. The badges. What one did I get? Oh, Elite Squad. Unlock 12 weapons with at level 60. These are all PvP stuff. That's not. all PvP stuff I'm missing. There's Vector there. There's that. Don't care. Oh, does that actually tell me where, like... Alright, this one... Glory Store... Dispatch Shop. Boss fight. Oh, so you can get it from there. What do you mean boss fight? Can I get it from here? Ooh. Yeah. Guess so. Interesting. I would definitely think about it. That's from the dispatch shop. This is like the random stuff you can get. The classified briefings. Right above is a monthly mission report. Additionally, numbers of HFRS virus infection is showing an upward trend, with this week's new infection rate at 140% of the last week's figure, accounting for 26.3% of the current personnel. There are currently 43 medics, which 4 were lost this week due to HFRS virus infection. Medical supplies are insufficient, and the continued reduction of medics will lead to a decrease in security and safety of the current Great Wall Railway garrison section. Please provide instruction on how to handle this. After some thought, I deleted the last sentence and changed it to please provide instructions for subsequent countermeasures. Then I hit send. Progress bar slowly crawled forward, completely ignoring my current urge to rush over and grab those so-called superiors by the collar and help knock some sense in their heads. Ding. Oh, that was quick. A reply already? And a video call. These supporters have finally realized how serious the matter is. I slapped the answer button. The interface that popped up in front of me flickered twice. I couldn't help but shake my leg nervously, clearing my throat. First time you actually seems like there must be a bit. Cut the crap. You made it quite a bit recently, haven't you? Do you have any more? Alright, so we're actually gonna start the story. Who are the allies? Oh, I guess it's these two. Alright. We're just gonna auto it. Should be pretty quick. After 4-4 combat team's arrival at the Elmo, word about the loosening of the agreement naturally reaches members of Combat Team B. With Klukai's permission, 4-4 Combat Team B, being led by Vector, also successfully rendezvous with the Elmo. And just like that, Hyde 404, while also still operating as an independent entity, will utilize the Elmo as a long-term base. Having just completed some combat simulation training, the members of Combat Team B return to the terminal. The progress bar monitor is at 100%, and dense rows of data and statistical charts start scrolling down. Vector stares at the final combat evaluation score with a slight frown. You don't look very happy despite this decent score. Candidness is the key to effective communication among teammates. So tell me, why are you dissatisfied with the score? Not about the score. Well, Rod, you didn't follow the operation plan we agreed upon beforehand. The plan should be flexible enough to withstand change. As the mastermind behind the plan, I'm well aware of this. But since you find it necessary, I don't mind doing a full debriefing review. The original plan was to immobilize the enemies with a stun grenade after breaking through the door. Ruche and I would then lay down suppressive fire from the front, while you and Harpsy would circle around and rescue hostages. Yes, that's about right. You are correct, and you did your part. But your unexpected action affected the whole situation. Gold raises an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Indeed. I decided to deviate from the plan to eliminate a certain unit. I don't know why there was a chandelier in the lab, but I bet the interior designer who put it there would be glad to know that their fancy light fixture was the key to our victory. If there were designers on level 2, that is. Has it occurred to you that actively altering the environment could put us at a disadvantage? I think you should make it clear what exactly you're getting at to avoid any misunderstanding. In other words, scattering glass everywhere wasn't exactly conducive for subsequent actions or withdrawal. Shards of broken glass do no damage to doll frames. Yes, but they do harm the hostages. Pardon? Railroad is confused for a moment. We have no medical dolls on our team. Hostage gets injured and infected under such circumstances, we wouldn't have been able to fully complete our mission. You seem to have overlooked a very important detail. Our hostages were simulated. You're right. But when we're in the real world, our standpoints would be completely reversed. If we don't consider the hostages, we would be the ones who'd end up in a recycling plant. But I suppose the pain wouldn't last long. No matter how many points we score on level 2, we would just be T-dolls whose lives are ruined by video games. To be fair, that'd be quite fitting for me. That expression. Also, you really should have notified us before making such a drastic move. If you look at the replay, Ruchi clearly wasn't aware of your intentions, and so she couldn't coordinate with you despite being right next to you. Even if we suck, we should all suck together. Battlefield is ever-changing. Opportunities wait for no one. Surely you know that as well. cannot deny the fact that by dropping the chandelier on the enemies, I greatly reduced the threat they posed as well at the time I took to mount the rescue, thus increasing hostage chances of survival. Even in the real world, loitering at the scene would be more dangerous for the hostages than getting cut by shards of glass. That has been brave with a bomb or a grenade, things would have turned out very differently. Well, what do you want me to do? Apologize for something that didn't happen, but could have happened in your pathetic delusional paranoia? Oof. Wellrod's not happy. I mean, I would understand, like, what Vector is saying. Wellrod's just treating this as a video game. But Vector is like, hey, let's treat this like it was real, and we're rescuing real human beings. And Wellrod's just not happy about it, because Wellrod felt that she was actually being... She pulled off a fancy move with shooting down the chandelier on some enemies. Sensing the tension in the air, Harpster wrings her hands nervously. Ruchi looks back and forth between her teammates and is just about to say something. Knock knock. Knock on the glass interrupts the confrontation. I wish I didn't do this. I need to, after this ends, I'm going to go into the settings and see if there's some option to stop this text scroll. It'd be much better for reading this if it just, all the words just show up instantly. The dolls all look toward the sound. Commander. The door slides open with a soft whoosh. I retract my gaze from the screen in the training room and direct my attention to Vector, who has jogged up to me. What is it, Commander? Are you here to supervise our training? No. I came to talk to you. Still, isn't the score a bit low for you guys? Following my gaze, Vector glances at the data shown on the screen through the glass. Yeah, I didn't handle the problem very well. We have very different habits and ways of thinking. The adjustment process is proving a little challenging. I don't know if you noticed, but rather than adjusting to each other, that sounded more like a full-blown argument to me. You heard all that, then? Just a part of it, but things were getting pretty heated. The way I see it, you do work well as a team, but maybe things may go more smoothly if you communicate in some other way. Lukai said as much. She told me to find an effective way of communicating with my teammates. But argue is also a way of communicating, no? It may be a bit harsh, but through an argument we can all efficiently state our own needs and deepen our understanding of each other. Besides, Welrod's cutting remarks also serve as a regular reminder that this position of leadership just fell out of the sky for me, and that I have yet to prove myself worthy of it. Wow. Welrod. The change in the way she speaks was a bit dramatic, but I'm sure she didn't mean it in that way. I do wonder what she has gone through. Her tongue is much sharper than it used to be. It still beats my constant self-pity. At least she works on becoming more persuasive. Yeah, on top of reaching an understanding, you also need to reach a consensus. You must also get Welrod to trust your concern and judgment if you value cooperation. But right now, both of you, in Welrod, are still standing your ground and trying to force each other to accept your respective views. I hesitate as I gaze at Vector, who is now deep in thought. Vector was appointed as the leader of 404 Combat Team B by Klukai. Clear to me that the biggest challenge that stands in her way of being a good team leader has nothing to do with her combat performance or battlefield awareness. The problem is with her personality and style. She fully acknowledges the problem, but that's all she does. She acknowledges it, and seems perfectly content to resign herself to it. Because deep down, even Vector herself doesn't believe that she's up to the task. Lukai may gave her some pointers, but she really isn't really the type to give any encouragement. Sorry, that may have been a bit harsh. Since you're the team leader, I'm sure you have your own way of managing your team. Right back? Right. Back to the subject. Have you seen the message that Clue Kai sent you? Mekti's training plan. What? I will be out on a mission with Klukai, and Doris and Belka are also coming with us. Mekti's frame is still under calibration, so we'll leave her behind on the Elmo for now. However, Klukai has put together a training plot for Mekti, because he's worried that Mekti is going to sleep the whole time we're away, and completely neglect her essential data calibration. She said you never replied to the message she had sent you, but she's busy preparing for the mission, so I came to follow up on that for her. You want me to supervise Mekti's training? That's right. I believe Klukai would like Combat Team B. Bring her along for your training as well. Don't go easy on her. Not even in a 4v1 or a relay fight. 4v1 would be a bit too... I've included all the things to note and precautions to take here. In any case, just make sure her head isn't always attached to her pillow. Fine. I hope Mekti won't find the fight against me too underwhelming. Vector's pessimism is a bit of a headache, but since I'm set to depart, I'll leave it till after I come back. Basically, Klukai wants you to take over as Mekti's leader while she's away. So don't hold back and be as strict as you want. Oh. Hi, Epic Endless. How are you doing today? Didn't even see you there. Don't hold back and be as strict as you want with her, Victor. I'll do my best, but only if I can even wake Mekti and get her to attend training. After returning to the training room, Vector informs her teammates of the arrangement made by the commander in Klukai. Oh, looks like our great team leader has switched careers and become a nanny. Oh. Wellrod is really... Vector ignores Wellrod, who is still hung up on the argument they were having. let's call it a day. Submit your reports before 6. I'll read through them after I finish supervising Mechty's combat simulation for today. Oh, Harpsy's TMP. Harpsy speaks up a bit, timidly, from her corner. What is it? Actually, may I supervise Mechty's training? Which one is sure? Eh? You're actually volunteering for a mission, Harpsy? No. I was going to supervise Mechty's training to begin with as a favor for Deer. Why? Because the EW tactical module she is using to debug her data, especially developed by Deer at Klukai's request. I also participated in the development of the module. Since Deer has disembarked and returned to the safe zone, he asked me to monitor the operation of the module. An advanced tactical module. Sounds pretty interesting. Not really. It's all rather boring. So, since I'm supposed to be doing it, please let me. I understand. However, since Klukai has assigned the mission to me, I must be present. Harpsy, you're staying with me. Oof. Harpsy's face freezes a little comically as she struggles to respond. Okay. I'm staying too. Huh? Why are also you staying, Welrod? I would love to see for myself what kind of advanced training Team A undergoes. Problem? No. If Welrod is also here, then it's all over. In that case, Vivi, count me in as well. I'm sure you have better things to do. I want to spend more time with you, Vivi. Please? I just found a picture to save on Twitter. Staring into Ruchi's expectant eyes, Vector lets out a sigh. Suit yourself. Just make sure you submit your reports by 6. Alright. Oh. Done with this part. Alright. Let me see if I can fix if there's any setting I could do to change the text so it doesn't scroll. Go to settings. Settings. Other. Oh, that's all. That's all right. Viewed story. Performance in refitting room. No, it doesn't seem to be a setting for I guess I just gotta deal with scrolling text. Alright. What does it even look like? We got 9 stages and 2 story stages, so it's like 11 things altogether. Really low level, so the actual fight will be super easy. Why did not... Did hey... Hey at? Go up in my... Oh my gosh. Oh. Why is... Which channel? Oh. Hey Ivan. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, I'm broke. I'm broke after Vector. I failed my 50-50, and then, like, both times, it pretty much was like, I was 10 away from, like, hard pity. Before, no, I got, like, it was like 52 pulls, I failed the 50-50, and it took, like, 60 pulls, and I finally got Vector. So I wasn't able to get her weapon. I don't know if I want to still get her weapon or not. But yeah, my social stream ninja, for some reason, is bugged out that it wasn't showing YouTube messages. So hopefully now I can see it. I messed with it a bit. Hopefully now it'll work. So I won't be missing people's messages. Ugh. That's freaking annoying. I saw Epic Endless say bye. He said hey, and then he said bye, but I only saw the bye. Never saw the hey message. I'm all confused. I was all confused. Okay, Mekti feels a light shove on her arm. Her auditory module, which has been inactive while in sleep, activates instantly. Wake up. That doesn't sound like Klukai. Shub also felt a lot less violent than usual. In that case, I'll just... If you don't get up this instant, I'll confiscate all the manga on the floor, you hear? No! That's an out of print collectible edition of Doll X Family, signed by the manga artist. It's super expensive. Mekti performs a spectacular hip up from the beanbag sofa. She relaxes visibly once she sees who it is. Oh, it's you, Vector. Here, I invited you to apprise this beanbag sofa together with me. I spent a fortune on it. It's much comfier than the couch in the lounge. You see, the moment you lie down... As much as I want to join you, this isn't the time. Mekti is utterly deaf to what Vector is saying. As if she just flipped a switch. I really didn't want to come to this, but according to the guide that Klukai has left behind, this would be the most effective thing to do. With the helpless side, Vector grasps Mekti by the arm, lifts her up, and shakes her back and forth with great force. Hold on. Something will come loose at this rate. Alright. I'm getting up. What's that? What the heck? You're starting to act more and more like Klukai. What happened? Aren't we supposed to be best friends of the Beanbag Club? You have 7 hours to complete today's combat simulation. Training. If you don't complete it in time, Klukai be notified that your training is behind schedule. It's fine, Klukai isn't even here. I'm sure even the training conference will be postponed. Hang on. How do you know about my training program? Klukai asked the commander to task me with supervising your training before she left. Even though I don't really think someone like me is in any position to supervise others. Oh, come on. I actually recruited a snitch? He even kicked up such a big fuss and got the commander involved. Wait, don't tell me he's also given you the switch that determines my fate. What switch? Oh, nothing. Come now, Vector. Don't take everything so seriously. Remember the first tenet of our Beanbag Club. Never do anything now that can be put off until the last minute. 7 hours is a really long time. You see? I don't remember joining any club. Ugh, Klukai didn't mention it in her message, but I'm guessing I will be held responsible if you don't complete your training in time. Seeing that she can't wither her way out of this, Mekti slides off her beanbag sofa reluctantly. Trying to guilt trip me now. Damn it, Klukai is becoming more and more like Leva. Oh, Mekti, morning. Isn't it almost afternoon? You guys on Team 8 sure are laid back. Mekti looks around the training room remorselessly and turns toward Vector. So just how little does Klukai trust me to have arranged such an over-the-top surveillance team for me? Maybe the two of us are the ones she doesn't trust. Whatever. Harpsy, make the preparations. Okay. Harpsy links Mekti to the control terminal. She hesitates for a moment after entering level 2, but then proceeds to activate the module. Turn on the monitoring device and project her level 2 onto the screen. Do we need to be that thorough? I believe by supervising, Klukai meant watching her every single move like a hawk. What's the matter with you today, Harpsy? Why do you seem so tense? Do I? Look, Vivi, the image on the screen looks a bit strange. Prompted by Ruchi's exclamation, Vector looks toward the screen. It is not showing the scene of a combat simulation. In the center of the black screen, an hourglass icon keeps rotating. Lines of text start emerging. Constructing world framework. Formulating achievable objectives. Sowing tiny seeds of malice. A happy ending. What is this? Just then a new image appears on the screen. The city from a bird's eye view is deserted. It appears desolate, dilapidated. The image lurches and starts driving downward. A black spot on the ground grows even larger. As the camera dives, new text appears on the screen again. The once prosperous and beautiful city fell into decline under the ravages of the invaders. As a guardian, it is your unavoidable duty to eliminate them. Young one, go and create a legend. This is a video game. Subtitles disappear as the camera approaches the ground. It gradually becomes clear that the black spot is in fact a doll armed with a gun. She is facing a horde of enemies that are ready to attack. Oh, that's Mekti. Alright, so we're here. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to gamify the training. Well done, Harpsy. Mekti, what's going... Uh-oh, it's starting. Let's talk after this game. Alright, we're just gonna auto this. So there's like level 20 stuff. Not gonna be hard to do. The only thing that was like hard in the other one was like the first part of Fillion, chapter 9. You actually had to wait until enemies spawned. You had to kill so many enemies in one turn. But initially it's only one boss. Only the boss. After making quick work of the enemies, Mekti holds up a big B sign. At the same time, the world's level up pop up over her head. Harpsy, get her on the comms. Right. On the screen, Mekti jumps as she's startled by something. Then she turns around and leans in closer. Wow, so the monitoring device looks like a flying camera on level 2. It's even equipped with comms. This guy has a familiar that follows a girl around. A distasteful yet classic trope. I should have been reading the manga I gave you, Harpsy. So I'm guessing I'll have to enter a contract soon enough. Eh? Harpsy. What's this all about? So Harpsy's colluding with Mekti. And they turned Mekti's training simulation into a video game. Very funny. Under Vector's passive gaze, Harpsy finally stops wringing her hands and starts playing with the edge of her code instead. It's a plugin that introduces video game mechanics into combat simulations. The plot is generated by an advanced AI. It makes training more fun and interesting. I don't think we'll find anything fun or interesting when Klukai finds out about this. I know you've been spending a lot of time on the forums for game devs lately, but this mod wasn't your idea, was it? It's my idea. I asked Harpy to whip this up. Don't you find the training these days really dull? I just can't get fired up. But is it really a good idea to turn combat simulations into games? Huh? I've actually done my research, you know. The concept of gamification has been introduced to many jobs and business activities these days. Experimental results show that it significantly improves employees' enthusiasm and productivity. For the sake of 404's training efficiency, I don't mind volunteering as a lab rat to test this out. Where's your proposal? Huh? Your investigation report and analysis? It's one thing that you didn't tell me, but you actually put it into practice before clearing it with Klukai. Well, if I told that tyrant right from the start, my ingenious plan wouldn't have been nipped in the bud. But training shouldn't be a game. Vivian and I have played a video game about warfare before, but it cannot really be applied to training. Since it's for training, I'm sure Harpsy has considered the issue of applicability. To lump her in with a certain dork on Team A, who only ever thinks about slacking and playing, is doing her a disservice. Hey, I can still hear you. I'm not questioning Harpsy's ability, or Mekti's. The issue here is that you shouldn't have kept us in the dark about this. Anything can happen in such an unstable operating environment. You're indeed very perceptive of potential dangers in certain situations, but don't forget, this is just a game plugin. Dolls don't take any damage in virtual space. Why don't you give your worst case scenario algorithm a break? Arpsy gradually starts to regain her composure. She peers at Vector woefully. Wilrod's face appears calm, but her eyes still flicker with emotion. You see, on top of reaching an understanding, you also need to reach a consensus. You must also get Wilrod to trust your concern and judgment if you value cooperation. But right now, both of you and Wilrod are still standing your ground and trying to force each other to accept your respective views. To reach a consensus, maybe I should yield a little. Come now. Let's not argue. I'll tell Klukai about this later. She'll probably tell me off, but no biggie. If I don't start training, I'll get a demerit for falling behind schedule. In the end, Vector lets out a soft sigh. Fine, carry on with your training. I doubt we'll be able to contact Klukai or the commander anytime soon. Alright. But I'm also taking part. Vivi? Huh? Well, I don't mind. You gave me such an earful, but you just want to play as well. Ha ha ha. No, I'm just worried you run into problems that you can't solve. Also, I don't experience it myself. I won't be able to report to Klukai on its implementation. Oh, how very serious and responsible of you. Arpsu, log me in too. Okay. I'll change it to a 2-player mode. Alright, let me pour out some crackers. So I can munch a little. I can... I forgot about it again. Yeah, because you said... I think it's because you didn't have the space or something that caused it to not update properly. The overgrown weeds and cracked soil beneath Vector's feet stretch all the way to the high walls surrounding the city in the distance. Using the watch-like operating device fixed on her wrist, Vector opens the area map. On the map, the red cursor representing her and Mekti are drawing closer together. Vector, over here. The wind carries Mekti's holler. Vector studies her surroundings. Her attention is immediately drawn to a red telephone booth not far from her. She then catches a sight of Mekti, who is bouncing up and down right next to the phone booth. Waving her arms around, her hair is frizzed and messy, like a bunch of weeds. Ahem, Vector the Brave, are you ready to set upon this adventure with me? I think I am. No, you're not. That's alright. Mekti the Great Prophet will guide your way. Come, head inside. Mekti points at the red phone booth. What's this? You'll find out when you get in. Vector is ushered into the phone booth, but looks decidedly out of place with his surroundings. Then, at Mekti's insistence, she picks up the receiver and puts it against her ear. After a soft click, a mechanical female voice comes from the other end of the line. Saving game. Do not disconnect. Saved. You are fully restored. Vector hangs up and exits the phone booth. She realizes her HP bar is full again. So, it's a save point. Save points are super important. You can only level up and restore to full health at save points. Whoa, how come you jumped 3 levels in an instant? Your level is now even higher than me, the Great Prophet. I killed several Elids on the way. You get more XP from farming Elid mobs. That shouldn't be the case. Are you really Mekti? Of course I am. Why do you ask? Your energetic demeanor and genuine effort in problem solving are incongruent with my neural records. I told you as much. Gaming can boost enthusiasm. If we were this enthusiastic in real life, Clue Kai wouldn't have... Whoosh. The sound of a bullet slicing through the air. Sniper, 11 o'clock. The two dolls dive to the side of the road. The next second, a bullet hole appears on the spot where they were just standing. Vector promptly draws her submachine gun and aims at the source of the shot, but she freezes at the sight of her attacker. The dolls standing on the slope not far away force corkscrew twin tails that are most familiar to Vector. Number 90. Relax, that was just a greeting. But her attitude is utterly unfamiliar. Huh? Ruchi? Why is she also in the game? That's not Ruchi. What? Oh. Who are you? Runa Crystallis lies just ahead. It's not a place meant for morons like you. I've seen too many who risk everything trying to make a fortune, but ended up paying with their lives. Ruchi, who bears the name tag number 90 above her head, continues her monologue, as if she hasn't heard Vector's question at all. You're right, Ruchi doesn't talk like Klukai. What? You don't know about Runa Crystallis? The technology of converting collapsed crystals into crystal energy has won this city worldwide renown. Just how ignorant are you? Collapsed crystal energy. Crystal energy has made Runa Crystallis the most prosperous and affluent city in the world, and it's the best place for us crystal hunters to find jobs. Unfortunately, the largest arterial crystal pipe in there exploded, and the radiation release led to the creation of countless invaders. It's all because of the wanton destruction they caused that Runa Crystallis is in this starry state. Ruchi's tone and gestures become increasingly impassioned. It's almost as if a spotlight is shining on her as she soliloquizes. But even as a set of ruins, the remaining collapsed crystals in Runa Crystallis still attract countless fools who dream of getting rich overnight. If you are just headless flies driven by greed, I advise you to turn around and scram as fast as you can. What the hell is she on about? Huh? You're not headless flies, you say? Then who on earth are you? After that, Ruchi freezes like someone has pushed a pause button on her. She just stares at them unmovingly. Two lines of text appear in front of her out of thin air. A. We're not headless flies. B. We are guardians who come to save the city. She seems to be automatically filtering what we say. These two lines are our responses. Oh, maybe... What? Maybe we're in a cutscene, and these two lines are choices that will set us on different plot branches. In that case, Ruchi, no, this number 90 must be an NPC. NPC. Becky, have you ever encountered this when you used your plugin previously? Nope, the plots were all really simple. It's either slaying a dragon to save a princess or collecting little beasts as pets. Pokemon! Why don't we just ask Harpsy, the creator of the plugin? Harpsy, what's going on here? The surveillance camera simply flutters around them, giving no response. Strange, the comm line's disconnected. Then let's just randomly pick an answer. We reads the two lines quickly. Let's not beat around the bush and just state our identity. We are guardians who have come to save the city. Wow, that sounded pretty badass. Ruchi comes to life again after receiving a new input. Guardians? Would we like you actually be guardians? Ahem, since you're guardians, I have no reason to stop you, though I seriously question your ability to save Runa Crystallis. How dare you question us? To prevent you from a humiliating death, I have some information to share with you. Invaders will regenerate infinitely in the radiation, can only be eradicated by using a secret weapon that can cleanse the radiation. The secret weapon is in a research institute in the northwest corner of Runa Crystallis. I have guided many people there, but none have returned. If you're sure about this, follow this road and head north. There's a border terminal, which is the only entrance to the sealed city. And here are some supplies for you. Zone map. Outskirts of Runa Chrysalis obtained. Ammo 36 obtained. Main story quest updated. Head to the research institute in Runa Chrysalis. As the mechanical female voice speaks again, the dolls feel a soft vibration on their wrists. Now go and complete your mission. Stop taking up space here. With that, Ruchi freezes up again. Almost at the same time, a frantic voice shrieked from the surveillance camera. Vivi, that wasn't me. I would never call you a fool or a moron. Delete that from your neurologs. I actually find her assessment quite pertinent. Vivi! Don't worry, even I could tell that wasn't you. Get Harpsy on the line. Okay, but promise me you'll delete that. Harpsy, here you go. Harpsy boy now speak from the camera. Vector, why did the comms line get disconnected just now? It didn't. To enhance gaming immersion, voice input is automatically disabled when entering a cutscene. A cutscene, so that number 90 really is an NPC. Yes. The creative AI implanted in the plugin can only write very simple things in the early stages. After a period of time, it will learn and upgrade itself by reading the subject's neurologs. This is why Mekti has never encountered any NPCs before. Reading the subject's neurologs. That's right, due to a lack of R&D funding, some of the settings as well as NPC models and appearances are randomly extracted and recreated from dolls that have taken part in past combat simulations in their neurologs. So that wasn't really Ruchi, but merely a character with Ruchi's appearance data. Personality is based entirely on the plot generated by the AI. Carbon copy in terms of physical appearance, but with a completely different personality. Oh boy, that's pretty interesting. I'm getting really excited about what's going to happen. Does this Runa Crystallis you mentioned exist in reality? No, the AI just grabbed some information about collapsed crystals and made up the rest. Perhaps to ease Vector's concern, Harpsy adds cautiously. Don't worry, it's all just for internal use. None of it's uploaded to the network. Our data is totally safe. Understood. Vector nods. I have no more questions. Let's go, Mekti. Now that we have the new map, we should continue to explore. Oh, you seem to be even more fired up than me, Vector. See, gamification does work. Perhaps, but being more fired up than you isn't something that warrants much praise. Following number 90's instructions, the two dolls entered the border terminal without much hassle. The deserted building appears spacious and empty. The gloom of the unknown lies beyond the turnstiles. Wow, it looks almost like a passage that leads to some kind of alternate dimension. Watch your step. What? Betty dodges aside out of reflex. When she looks back, she realizes it's just a broken limb of an eyelid. Huh? Now that I take a good look, the whole place is littered with eyelid remains. I have a bad feeling about this. Once we go through this passage, you should be in the city. Vector appears at Mekti's health bar. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. What? What's that grayish white thing underneath our health bar? It goes down periodically. Oh, that's... All of a sudden, a piercing howl interrupts their conversation. Vector's eyes flash as she darts at a glance behind her. Duck! Enemy attack! There we go. I put some goldfish in my mouth, and that's why I didn't read out that part at the beginning of the map. Bang. The last eyelid is shot through the head and topples to the ground even while it's lunging forward. Standing in front of it is Vector, who didn't manage to raise her gun in time. Her fingers Still remains still on the trigger. Dude, that was close. Are you okay? Vector straightens up. She curls her finger and uncurls them again tentatively. Unable to move due to some kind of force, but I seem to be okay now. That's because your stamina bar was down to 0. Stamina bar? You know, the grayish white thing that you were just asking me about? Any big movement like jumping, rolling, etc. consumes stamina. If your stamina bar is empty, you won't be able to move, and you'll have to wait for your stamina to recover. To do that, Mekti the Prophet suggests you move and cut your enemies while recovering your stamina. Don't make any big movements unless you absolutely have to. I see, but how do you define big movements? Any movement other than walking. That doesn't seem very reasonable. Tut tut tut. What are you talking about? This is the essence of this kind of game. Stamina management is the key that sets noobs and pros apart. You still have much to learn, newbie Vector. But in reality, unless there is some kind of malfunction, dolls don't experience such interruptions to their power supply, or the battery runs out. I can't think of any real benefit this mechanism brings to actual combat in the real world. Well, IT seems to be devoting a lot of computational power to pondering this question. Her brow furrows deeply. It can reduce unnecessary maneuvers, conserve energy and power. See, at the end of the day, energy and power aren't infinite. I personally disagree, but I will note this down and let Clue Klein the commander be the judge of that. Ugh. I'm having so much fun here. Why do you have to keep on bringing up the bad ending that awaits me? As they converse, they step over the remains of the Elid and head towards the turnstile. Near them notice its almost imperceptible twitch. Uh-oh. With a soft click, Vector and Mekti exit the phone booth. Before them lie the familiar weeds and cracked earth. The blade text "you died" remains hauntingly fresh in their memory. Wait, why are we here again? You returned to the last save point only when you die. So clearly, we just died. How? I have no idea. I was talking to you, but I didn't see anything, but something probably ambushed us from behind. Just then the surveillance camera pipes up and circling around them. I saw it. It was the Elid that you shot down. It was feigning death. It was the one who attacked you from behind. Elid? It feigned death. We've been had. I should have known that there was such sneaky ass moves in this game. Kind of game. Yep. Hang on. Am I being ignorant here? Have you ever seen an Elid that knows how to feign death? I haven't, but that doesn't rule out the possibility. When it's a matter of life or death, even the poor Elids have to pick up some cunning tricks. If that's true, then all commissions that involve Elids would double in price. This time, it's Elrod who speaks through the camera. Vector, isn't this one of those extremely unlikelihoods that you're obsessed with? This shouldn't be so far-fetched according to your logic. The derision in Wellrod's tone does not escape Vector, but she makes no rebuke. Instead, she pulls up the game interface. You're missing a certain amount of ammo and 531 XP. Is this a system error? Oh, nah. That's probably the penalty for dying. Penalty for dying. Just as we get drops as a reward for killing enemies, if we die, we also lose supplies and XP. But the supplies are usually retrievable at the location of our death. Wouldn't they be seized by the enemies? That would be way too infuriating, no? These are the player's hard-earned supplies. If any game implements that, it'll flop real hard as soon as it launches. But it might actually be an interesting gimmick. I feel like the game is dragging us around by the nose. Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Something when you just can't beat the game and you're so angry you just want to quit, you'll think to yourself, oh, I should at least pick up the loot before quitting. And once you've done that, you'll think, since I'm here, why don't I give it another go? Or maybe I'll beat it this time. Then before you know it, the whole night passed. So the game is exploiting the player's fear of loss and competitive nature to keep them addicted. Let's go and retrieve our loot and make our way through Runa Crystallis. We'll have to be careful this time around. We'll be fine. I know that Elis here can play dead now. But it's so annoying that I have to fight them again. Remember, shoot them once more after they go down to ensure that no Elids are playing dead. Yeah. I got it. Then let us begin. Alright, here we go again. That was close. I was starting to think that I would lose. That was a hard game. That was training. Never mind. Let's go see what else we can pick. Okay, I'll have a look over there. Alright, I got it. Mechty and Vector start rummaging through the pile of Elids scattered all around for supplies. The searched Elid corpses disintegrate and fade away. Ammo 63 obtained. Healing potions 10 obtained. Item crystal bracelet obtained. Zone map Runa Crystallis urban area attained. New zone unlocked. A cheap bracelet made of inferior crystal fragments. Judging by the description, it seems pretty useless. If it's useless, it's probably an item that's related to the plot. We can't go wrong by keeping it with us. Say, this has been quite profitable. With all the XP, we can level up twice in a row. But we're constantly at risk of losing the XP before we find the next save point. You'd be wise not to treat them as yours yet, so that you won't feel sorry if you do lose them. If you lose them, we can always get them back. It's just a bit of a pain. You can always start again in games. You can always start again. Does that mean you don't always give it your all? Exactly. Oh. No. I always put in an effort. Vector stares at Mechty with a look of disbelief. Then all of a sudden, another thought seems to have struck her. If we die again while in the process of retrieving our loot, will we still be able to recover the things we were trying to retrieve? I really haven't crossed that situation. But speaking from my gaming experience, probably not. Harpsy, is that right? Camera hovering midair bobs up and down twice. That is indeed the case. I based down a game with similar mechanics. Basically, you can only recover the things you've last dropped. So if your inventory is empty to begin with, you won't be able to recover anything. In other words, players are very likely to end up with nothing at all. Huh? Yeah, if you're not careful, then that's true. Extremely limited amount of save points, save-based recovery, enemy resetting, drops penalties. So far, I find the design and features of the game that are beyond the scope of training, a little too harsh and cumbersome. Huh? I was just trying to match the level of difficulty to the module. Also, Mechty said these were all standard setup for games. I I have assumed that you would at least consider how to incorporate training into the game, but from what I can see, you simply shoehorned it into a framework without much thought. That's where you're wrong. Suffering is the essence of this sort of mechanism. Only through the trial of hardship does the fruit of victory taste sweeter. I don't have a module in store for ingesting food, thank you. So what else do I not know about the essence of this kind of mechanism? You're missing the point, Vector. You've been approaching this with a negative bias and much reluctance from the get-go. It's only natural that you struggle to experience the fun that I'm trying to explain. You gotta relax. I think you're also fails to comprehend my concerns. I don't understand them, but since we're here, we should just chill and enjoy the game. Vector's brows furrowed, then she let out a heavy sigh. Never mind. At least in the terms of combat, both the breakout in the beginning and the ambush we just went through match the settings of the module. There are some things that didn't make much sense in other aspects. They're not impossibly far-fetched. Wow, sounds like you played some impossibly far-fetched games. I find it very bizarre that these games demand dolls behave in a way that follow human physiological habits. Can you explain it in a more understandable way? Basically, back when we were still at Griffin, Ruchi and I took part in a gaming tournament for some monetary rewards. The events were quite heavily promoted. I wonder if you remember. Gaming tournament. That does ring a bell. Apart from dying in combat, players in that game could also die from hunger and hypothermia. That wouldn't be so strange for humans, but we are dolls, so we tend to overlook such problems. If this plugin also incorporates the same mechanisms that make it possible for us to die from lack of substance or low temperatures, it would make it even more difficult for us to beat the game. Hold on, don't tell me you're talking about the... They're referencing the Division collab. What, you didn't participate? Nope. I remember, a doll did actually freeze to death. I think she went by Pink Neon Punch. What a tasteful name. Right, we better get going. Our Elo's here will respawn. You're right. Let me check which way we should go. That was actually Pink Neon Punch. It was Mechty. After scrutinizing the map for a while, Vector plots out a serpentine route. Looks like we'll be spending quite some time on the road. The Research Institute and the border terminal are on two diagonal opposite ends of the city. Oh, that's really far. How long will it take us to get there? Running across the map is always such a chore. Can we just travel along a straight line here? Points at a straight passage leading to the northwest area marked with a dotted line on the map. Mouth of the passage is right ahead of them. Underground transportation hub of Ruina Crystallis. Are you sure? Anything underground always sounds particularly ominous. Value of training is demonstrated in dangerous places. We're not tourists, so what's the point in spending so much time on the road? You're right. It's more important to complete the training. Alright. Vector and Mechty feel their way forward in the gloom of the transportation hub. If we die again, let's not go underground again. According to the map, this is the fastest route to the Research Institute. The route above ground is too meandering. But at least much less likely to get surrounded and brutally killed by enemies in the dark like just now. Don't you think? I didn't know our night vision was disabled. Most recent deaths cost us 1,500 XP, 110 ammo, and 25 healing potions. Ugh, all our effort down the drain just like that. Don't just assume we're definitely going to die. We've gone through this part before, so we just counterattack following the enemy's sequence of attack, right? And how you memorize the enemy's sequence of attacks? Well, 2 came from straight ahead, then 3 from the left, and then 1 from behind? Wrong. There are 2 enemies attacking us from behind. The one grabbed you crawled up was on the ground, while the one who attacked me was hanging from the ceiling. Vector feels the doll behind her shiver. That sounds like something right out of a horror game. But since you memorized it, we should be fine, no? Not telling if we'll encounter more enemies after that. You're right, games like this love kicking you when you're down. Seriously, they has really got the sadism of certain game devs down pat. Sadism, going by your logic, I thought this would be called also a so-called essence of these games. Only an essence after you beat the game, but before that, it's all the dev sadism. And it's just exhausting. I feel like I reached a point where I just quit the game and go to sleep. This is your training. Oh. Vector ignores the reluctance in Mekti's voice and continues onward. As darkness hampers her vision, her auditory module becomes exceptionally sensitive. In this cavernous underground transportation hub, even the softest ruffles sounds incredibly loud. Vector suddenly comes to a halt, causing Vector to crash right into her back. Ah, that hurt! Why the heck did you start all of a sudden? Hush, stay quiet. Crank up your auditory module sensitivity. Why are you being all secretive? Vector rubs her forehead and does as instructed. A buzzing noise, a clapping and beat, flows clearer and clearer from up ahead. If coming from here, Vector places her hand on the wall next to her, pushes her way down inch by inch. What? There's a vent here. The sound's coming from inside. Mekti, back up a bit. Okay. After a buzz of gunshot, something plate-like falls to the ground with a clang. The opening should be wide enough. Wait, you're going in there? I want to see what's making that noise. It sounds too rhythmic, which seems suspicious. To prevent us from encountering anything unexpected again, while we're on the way to recover the supplies we lost, we must eliminate all unfavorable conditions in advance. You have a point. This could be a hidden stage or something. Make it quick. I'll wait for you here. Yawn. I feel lets out a massive yawn. She seems to have grown tired of being energetic. You found who's supposed to be completing her training here? I haven't. But what if we wipe in there? All our worldly possessions will get swallowed by the system again. That's why I told you not to think of them as yours. If we wipe, we'll just start again. We start again however many times we want, since it's a game, right? Wow, I can hardly believe Vector actually said something so reckless. Just doing my best to comprehend your idea of fun. After turning a few bends along the ventilation duct, two dolls' vision become clearer and clearer as their eyes capture a little bit of light. At last they reach the other end of the ventilation duct. Vector dislodged a metal plate by force, and light floods their vision. Metal bucket and storage boxes are scattered all around a space which is neither big nor small. Several switches are mounted on the walls, and several generators are locked behind metal fences on either side of the passage. This is a generator room. But these generators aren't running, so where's the power coming from? And what's that mechanical sound? Could it be that? Vector looks toward where Mekti is pointing and sees an electrical cable traveling down the wall and across the passage. The cable is connected to a glass container. A sparkling crystal is suspended in the glass container, slowly rotating while emitting a rhythmic buzz. As they make approach, the sound of a glass container crashing to the ground suddenly comes from behind them. They quickly dart behind a pillar and raise their weapons. The person who has suddenly appeared behind him is currently grabbing at her own face with both hands, looking utterly terrified. Ah, I've been spotted! Is that Harpsy? It is Harpsy. The hovering camera wasn't as impressive, but makes no sound. Spotted lab rats will be eaten. What should I do? What should I do? The NPC named TMP appears in a state of extreme panic. She keeps pacing around the pillar in the passage manically. And all of a sudden she stops. You, I need to calm down. Calm down and think. Alright, I have to find the anywhere door. If I find the anywhere door, I'll be able to leave. She looks around. Her face lights up in glee as her glance lands on one of the storage boxes. Found it. Haha. TMP strips right into the box and closes the lid above her head in one fluid movement. Vector stretches forward and flings the lid open. A scream that sounds almost like a groundhog immediately comes from within the box. Ah, I got found again. I'm getting eaten. Ah, it's so loud. Oops. My auditory module. Vector, do something. As the scream persists in the background, two choices once again appear before the two dolls. A. Close the box and let her calm down. B. Use the item crystal bracelet. This is where you can use it. Vector taps the icon of the crystal bracelet on her watch and confirms that she would like to hand it over to Harpsy, who bears the name tag TMP above her head. I'm getting... Oh, that's... Bracelet icon TMP hand materializes into an actual bracelet. At the sight of the bracelet, the girl panicked, immediately replaced by joy. You're okay, Oliver. You're the very picture of health. I'm so glad you didn't get eaten by monsters. Now we can get out of here together. Make sure you hold on to my hand and don't let go. Puts a bracelet on her wrist fastidiously, and she gives the two dolls a solemn bow. Thank you so much for bringing Oliver. Sorry for mistaking you for scary monsters. Oliver was all I had even before becoming a lab rat. We loved going on treasure hunts in the city. Oliver said we're just picking up trash, but I often found treasures. Sounds like a scavenger, but what's the deal with this lab rat business? And one day someone told us that he could offer us unlimited food and a safe place to live, but in exchange we must do him a small favor by trying out some colorful candy and drinks. We agreed, so the person let us stay in the cage with lots of other lab rats like us. They're all covered in sparkly crystals, so pretty. Oh yeah, that's it. Wow, thank goodness it didn't break. The jar is surprisingly sturdy. You pick up the glass container with the crystal lying by her feet and lifts it up for them to see. This crystal is super useful. It generates heat and power and can do anything. When I left the cage, I took some with me. As a gesture of my gratitude, I'll give this to you. You can also take these. Their watches ping with a notification. Collapse Crystal 3 obtained. Crystal Powered Flashlight 1 obtained. Item Broken Pocket Watch obtained. And this is all the treasure I have on me. Oliver and I will be resting here for a bit. Until next time, kind strangers. After 11 her lines, in rapid fire mode, TMP full silent. Wow, she came, she monologued, and she scrammed. A perfect NPC, utterly no nonsense. Whatever the case, this Vector waggles the flashlight in her hand. So that we can hand in plot-related items to NPCs in exchange for items that can help us along the way. The Broken Pocket Watch probably also has the juice, but there's no guarantee we'll run into the right NPC. Don't overthink it. We'll encounter them when the time is right. At least we have a light source now. We won't be so easily ambushed by elids that jump us from shadows like before. We won't necessarily beat them even if we can see. One step at a time, I suppose. Now let's get our stuff and continue on to the city. I can finally see clearly. Ah, so many enemies lying in ambush. Always be cautioned. Take care to not be ambushed again. That anime seems pretty dangerous. Maybe we should gang up on it. Agreed. Now that's what I call a tacit understanding between members of a fraternity. With the help of the flashlight, the two dolls promptly dispatched the invaders in transportation hub and recovered their loot. Watching her XP bar slowly grow, Becky let out a long exhale. Phew, I'm kinda in the mood again. Something's not right. We recovered less than 2/3 of my previous XP. I also have fewer supplies than before. What about you? I don't really see much of a difference. On top of the loop, I have a feeling that something important is missing. Something important. It's all simulated data here, so you shouldn't lose anything. Without important neural logs, your neural module will also flag it. That's true. I'm absolutely certain that this isn't all the loot. Could it be a bug? Bugs are pretty common in games. Just ask Harpsy for a patch update. Harpsy, can you please take a look? Sure thing. Leave it to me. While you're at it, also check the surveillance connection. Your voice is getting fuzzy. Okay. When they finally emerge from the underground transportation hub, the sunlight is so strong that Mekti has to squint her eyes. We're finally out of that dark and miserable place. So this is the city proper of Ruina Crystallis. It doesn't seem all that different from the satellite cities we visited before. The image is taken from our neurologs after all. But there are differences. Look over there. There are colorful glass pipes of varying thickness and length as far as the eyes can see. Some of them lie under overturned floor tiles, some are poking out of broken walls, while others are completely exposed outside. Most of them are cracked and broken, like icicles piercing the city. I wonder what these colorful glass pipes are for. Supposed to be the crystal pipe explosion or whatnot that the NPC Ruchi mentioned. Crystal pipe, Ruchi. While Vector is still deep in thought, a mellow voice speaks up from behind. G36K KSK. Those are crystal pipes. They are for transmitting crystal energy. And Doris, who has appeared behind them at some point, clasps her hands and blinks. Her lips curl in a prim smile. Ever since people discovered how to convert collapsed crystals into energy, the city began laying pipes made of this special material on a large scale to transmit energy to every corner of the city. The city was therefore named Ruina Crystallis, and the pipes were also named crystal pipes. These rainbow-like crystal pipes were essentially the arteries of the city. Right. Are you crystal hunters? Crystal hunters, no. You managed to read the city proper. You may not be crystal hunters, but you're no ordinary people either. Nothing extraordinary. We're actually guardians. Guardians. Impressive. No wonder you suffered no injuries on your journey here. Well, that's not entirely... what is it, Vector? When you tug on her sleeve, Mekti looks back at Vector. Don't you think there's something strange about her? Strange? Yeah, you're right. It's like talking to Andorus in the flesh. That's not what I mean. We noticed that our interaction with other NPCs are done through multiple choice questions, whereas she able to converse freely with us. Maybe it's a fluke that her pre-scripted response matches the conversation. Let me try again. I take clear the throat. Andorus. My name is G36K KSK. Damn, she actually registers what we're saying. She's different from the previous NPCs. You better be careful. And who are you? I'm a mercenary dispatched to Ruina Crystallis to search and rescue survivors. You're here on your own? I came with a company, but the intelligence received was inaccurate. The number of invaders drawn here by the elite crystal energy far exceeded our expectations. Out of a whole company, I'm the only one left. G36K KSK frowned slightly. I'm trying to gather as much of my company's possessions as I can, just to give some closure to their families. The two dolls fall silent as they return to her resolute gaze. Something just feels off. Have you got any ideas? Not really. It's too much of a pain to think. I just want to get this over with and get some rest before Klukai comes back. Have you the motivational effects of gamification thing worn off already? Well, even a gamer will get bored after playing for so long. Klukai? No, nothing. You're gathering your fallen companion's possessions, you say. Have you found anything yet? No, it's like trying to find needles in a haystack. Possessions? Vector ponders as she suddenly thinks of the broken pocket watch. Maybe they can take a look at this. Taps her watch and gives the broken pocket watch to G36K KSK. Our powers gather to form a physical object and an actual pocket watch. This is... Opens the pocket watch with great care and her eyes well up with tears. This belonged to a friend. Thank you. Turns the open pocket watch to show Mekti and Victor what's inside. Photos engraved on the inside of the cup. A subject with blonde hair and green eyes glare at them with scornful eyes. Well, Rod. It's well, Rod. Vector eyes the hovering camera with some trepidation. For the plot, I hope she doesn't mind too much. Thank you, this is probably the only thing I'll be able to find. I don't have anything to give you in return for the favor. Nothing at all? I thought we'd gain some kind of new skill or something made an item like armor or revival or something like that. Very sorry, I'm afraid I don't have any armor or revival, but I could join you and lend you my strength. Core character G36K KSK has joined the group. Holy crap, this can happen? Build a support character is an NPC that can assist players in combat. Bingo, 10 points to Vector. Fabulous, now someone will fight in my stead. Though I wonder if this Endurance also crashes very easily. You shouldn't rely on her too much, whether she's prone to crashes or not. You gotta complete the training on your own merit. Don't worry, support NPCs are only there to balance out the game difficulty. Vector appears with a smiling G36K KSK, the Net Mekti, who is looking around with excitement and frowns. She tries to express a sense of disquiet she feels, and looks down to consult the map. We're still some distance away from the research institute. I hope nothing will go wrong. Jinx.
避けないんですか。怪我しますよ。みんなのために。眠っちゃえ。降参するなら今のうちよ。浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。上げていくよ。ハンデをあげる。 戦の結果ですね。残念ですがあなたはここまでです。
This freaking map again. This map. I see some fun. You guys want to see some fun? I think. Go. I can't go that far. God damn it. Let me go there. I can go that far. Nice. Missed that guy though. Ugh. I really gotta get rid of that. Go here. This way. Just shoot it.
定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはず。 たの行動を悔い改めなさい。当然の結果ですね。残念ですがあなたはここまでです。
Alright, I guess we're at the final map. No, we want this. Hmm. There we go. picking up that had me bouncing for. Honestly, picking up the AC. I was picking up. He'll be picking up the freaking laptop. Whatever, I'm just gonna mute myself. hang out with Mekti. I think she doesn't understand what's exactly happening with Mekti. Mekti doesn't want to be hanging out with Klukai. Alright. There is no side stuff to do. Whoa. Can I get two? Can I get two? Anyway. Oh my god. Alright, that is that for today. Find all those. Woo. Okay, some challenges. Let's see, cyborg shop. Gotta buy these. And I also gotta buy these. Alright, well, I'm kind of tired, and we did what we were supposed to do today, so I'm gonna call it good here. I'll see you all tomorrow for my short stream. We're gonna be getting through, I don't know, we're either be continuing the GFL 1 story, or we're gonna be doing the weeklies for both the Hoyo games, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenzo Zero. I do still need to do my Hollow Zero run, my Notorious Hunt, well, Echoes of War is not a big deal. And my Simulate Universe run. We might do those, or we might do continue the Girls Frontline story. Girls Frontline 1 story that's going on right now. So, until then, stay awesome.